Well, hello everybody, welcome back in. I can't believe I'm going to say it, but we're actually going to be able to do the long haul today from London Heathrow Airport to Varna in Bulgaria. This is a long haul for a 738 and a flight I would have wanted to do for a while now. So welcome in, please strap in. We have an aircraft here which is pre-prepped for us, which is sort of still in a cold and dark state technically, but you know, there's a few systems being switched on for us to save some time. We're going to have a long route today from to Varna, and I suspect it will be about 3 hours. The block time is 3 hours 30, which is probably about right. We have the 35,000 cruise altitude, 74 for the cost index, 165 passengers on board, and the arrival time is 17:25 or 5:25 in the afternoon UTC time. Yeah, cool. Let's get in. Let's start our aircraft up. You can see here we're out on the ramp with the level up version 2 737. One of the best renditions of, I think, any airline, period. I think one of the best renditions of the 738 by far. I love the G-Rook B. Now, I've said it many times before, but I do have a model of the G-Rook A. So this is obviously the same. Either the second one that they made after A, or it's the same one with a different thing on it. So here we are, the aircraft is sort of alive. We still have a few tests here to do. And we still got things to do, like put the flight plan in, and but the IRS is what I was concerned about, because that takes 8 minutes or so, 7 or 8 minutes. So here we are, we can get some stuff on. We have ground power. The IRS is in fact connected. We'll work down left to right. We'll get a few fuel pumps on there for the APU when it's time. So the second row, that can stay where it is. It may be emergency power alarm, emergency lights on, but we don't really need that on yet. Everything's good there. Third row, so usually we test the window heats and things, the probes. Usually they would only work when it's on, so you do the overheat test, boom, and then turn it off again. And today, it's about 32 degrees outside. It really is hot in the United Kingdom at the moment. So yes, we probably won't be needing any heat. You'll notice, those who are keen-eyed, that we got the windows open. We've got the actual windows open on the 738. It's a miracle. I don't think any other model allows you to do this. So we've got the windows open, we're kind of chilling out. We need to get on with it, so we're bringing the flight plan. I'm going to have to close my window, because if you remember last time, we struggled to figure out how to do it, and it wasn't that obvious, but we figured it out. So I'll close mine and keep the co-pilots open. We'll go to our fuel weight and balance. Airside services. So the flight plan today requires about 12,000 kg of fuel, which is quite a lot really. I'm rounding it up. I think that's probably the smart thing to do. Let's just see if, you know, the fuel is actually going to be enough here. So 8,000 for the trip. Contingency 668. Alternate. So our alternate airport today is actually Istanbul Airport in Turkey. So 1,800 for that, and then, you know, final reserves there of 1,000. I think what we're going to do is we're going to add. So we're carrying 165 passengers. We'll make it 12,000, and we'll see how the weight is. Cargoes, and we have a lot of waypoints today on these journeys. So 165 on packs. Now, hopefully we'll be able to change this fuel if it's not too much. You know, if it's not enough, if we suspect we haven't got enough on board. That's usually the case, to be fair. So 4.1 on the baggage. And, oh, cargo. I'm entering it wrong answer. So it'll be 4,100. Or, excuse me, 4,100. There we are. So that should be right. And then zero fuel weight, 61559. So our zero fuel weight was actually estimated to be 589. Now, we're about 2,000 over that, or nearly 3,000 over that, which is hard to believe because we only rounded the fuel up by a little bit, so it shouldn't have got it that much. Either way, we'll activate it, even though we're a little bit over, and we'll see how it goes. So now we should be getting fuel here. Let's call the fuel truck. So that should now refuel us. We've already got quite a bit on board from the previous flights. Okay, now IRS is lined. We don't want to mess around. We want to get this filed in. So initializations. Let's try and keep the yoke out of the way. In fact, let me move out the way, because the yoke shouldn't really be moving one on the ground like this. Not when we've got people working on the ground, you know, in the vicinity of the plane. They might get injured. They might get injured, which is a possibility. So Echo Golf Lima Lima. We all know this one. This is Lima. Lima is Heathrow Airport, and we go into a Varna, which is LBWN. Now, I haven't flown down to Bulgaria, and you're probably wondering, what is the purpose of the trip? Well, welcome into those who are watching live stream, and welcome to the ones who watch it on catch up. So we're doing this flight today because Bulgaria actually won the Eurovision contest. What a beautiful country, what a beautiful people. And that's why we're flying here. It's kind of in honour of them winning the contest, and just in honour of Bulgaria in general. And the Balkans, of course. There we are. So let's part of the departure. And we've got the Detling 1 Juliet today. Ooh, Detling departure is in fact in there, and it'd be 09 right. This is good. I like that departure. It's very, very simple. And then we can go, we can enter our arrival now, and then we can just sort of fill in the blanks. But I think we should do it a little bit different. So we go back to legs. So there's that thing. What we should do is just put this in now. So DVR. Yeah, this could be a while. Conan. Now, all these waypoints are in fact real. And they do sound very, very just unofficial sometimes. I can assure you this is what the pilots are using. I have no idea about the two which one it is, so we're going for the top ones. We would hope that the plane would sort them by importance and distance. Let's say direct to Bombay. Wow, not flown into the Bombay one for a while. Welcome in. Thank you so much for joining us today, those over on YouTube and of course anywhere else. So direct to Tenlo. I'm going to execute now before I forget, because knowing my luck, it probably deletes itself. Lemsey direct to Stein. Now you could check all these waypoints to make sure it's the right one we're selecting, but I'm pretty confident it is. Also, I think the company would probably have this route ready to preload into the system, because it's that kind of a flight, you know. These long haul ones, it would save the pilots some time if they'd be able to load the flight plan in from the company. So Totka 4 Delta is the arrival. I am going to put the Totka in because sometimes we can fly to one of those arrivals and it will actually change. So we might fly to Totka, for example, then it might suddenly change to a different type of arrival, which means we've got time then to get onto it. Whereas if we were a bit closer in, or maybe coming into final, we probably obviously wouldn't be able to change it. And it's expecting runway 09er. That's interesting. So 09er all day today, and it doesn't look like it's actually on there. We got Totka 4 Delta, 5 Deltas in there. I guess that's 4 Delta is there, my mistake. And we want probably an ILS, but we'll wait and see what they give us. Okay, back to legs. Let's make sure everything is connected. It looks like we have got... can we delete that space? No, we have to do the old... No, I don't know if that's right. We have to do the old drag and drop stuff. Very old computer technology. Ancient. Cool. We should be boarding the PAX. We're cruising altitude today. Not very high up. 350. Okay, let's check the status of the aircraft while we wait here. So we should be getting people on board. Let's turn the lights on. Seatbelt signs coming on, so we turn the seatbelt signs actually into the on position rather than automatic. Refuel is still happening. The packs are going to be coming. Cargo's already on board. We have got other traffic in the area. Don't think we've got any clearance ATC, but I believe we do have. Let me just check here. We've got Tower available. We've got an ATIS information. There's American Airlines, so we may as well pre-plan now with, for our departure. There's a departure right ahead. How cool is that? Doesn't look like 09 for departure over there. And it is packed as usual at Heathrow. So 09 left. I believe that is on ours for takeoff. 09 right. So sometimes SimBrief does give you the wrong runway for departure. So 09 right might be the arrivals, but I can see here we've actually got runway dual runway ops. So that means we're taking off. Yeah, that makes sense. We're taking off on right and landed on the maybe landed on both as well. Trying to figure that one out. It's a bit confusing. Unless that guy who took off from 09 left. We've got a long taxi, I've just realised. We've got a heck of a long. We have to go down Bravo. Probably, I'm going to go all the way down Bravo today. To probably Bravo, and then we'll join up down here and get the full length. Okay, after that blabbering, let's go over to the ATIS. Can't hear much because the radio is actually turned down at the moment, so we can turn this up. We should be able to hear some ATC comms, hopefully. 128. This one's 080. That's for Alpha ATIS. Now there is Delta ATIS as well.
10 knots variable between 150 and 210. Visibility 10 kilometers or more.
Take some notes.
No cloud detected.
On the ATIS
Temperature
information.
+32. Dew point +12. QNH 1030. Tower is open. Departing
tower is
aircraft
open.
make initial contact on frequency 118.5. Pilots are to
118.5.
exercise caution when maneuvering in the runway holding areas as wingtip clearance is not assured.
Ooh,
Acknowledge receipt of information, Whiskey, and
whiskey.
advise aircraft turned QNH on first contact with Heathrow.
Ah, brilliant. Aircraft type and QNH on first contact with Heathrow. So I'm assuming we're going to
Heathrow
tower for
information,
clearance.
Whiskey. Time
Let's do that.
1220 Zulu. Arrival runway 09
sorry,
left,
ground, not
departure
tower.
runway 09
Maybe it
right.
is tower.
Runway
118.
condition report 666. Transition level, flight level 70. Surface, wind 180. 10 knots.
We need our clearance because that's how we get out of major airports. So we need to give our aircraft type with a Boeing, and we probably have to. I mean, it doesn't say give the stand, but giving the stand is good to help the the ATC find us. And then we give the QNH a 1030 as well, which we'll set now. Wrong side.
Speedbird 414 behind departing company 320, line up 09 right behind.
Let's set our minimums as well while we're here.
Company 320 open way behind Zeno first to go forward.
Wrong one again.
Speedbird 291, monitor advisory 122.8, goodbye.
1120 for the minimums on takeoff.
Speedbird 291, monitor advisory 122.8, goodbye.
So there's a departure. It looks a little bit.
American 733, monitor advisory 122.8, goodbye.
It's a little bit strange. There's two pink lines there. I'm not sure why.
Heathrow, very good afternoon. Virgin
Unless we selected the wrong.
established on left 8 miles.
That's peculiar. That is.
Should have 14 Golf, 109 right, surface wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, clear for
Let's just
takeoff.
check this plan actually. Let's make sure everything is correct.
Virgin 808, Papa, hello, 09 left, the surface wind 180 10, clear timed.
690 left, Virgin 808, Papa.
For some reason, it's got us coming back to Heathrow Airport. That can't be
Speedbird
right.
Hotel Mike, taxi via Yankee, hold at November, Bravo 11.
We entered the arrival Tucker for Istanbul. For Varna. But then this guy's coming back on the pink line to 09 it. Let's just select arrival again. That is so peculiar. For 09er, yes. We'll select it as visual at the moment. Will that fix the issue? Because we can't come back to London Heathrow. That's not what we're meant to do at all. Unless that's all the departure we're seeing, because that's a long way. Like a lot of messing around in the sky there to come back to Heathrow and then depart to Istanbul again. Let's go to map, so we can't really see much else.
Should have 14 Golf, monitor advisory 122.8, goodbye.
Am I doing something wrong here, or is there a little glitch in the system? So we should depart, yes. You can see a pink line then returning. And then it does a circle outwards, unless we're entering the wrong waypoint in here somewhere. And it's sending us back. I think that's because we had to select. There was different options for different waypoints. The problem is, the flight plan here doesn't say where. So it only gives you these and it gives you the airways which we can't enter in. Unless we can enter them.
Hello,
Let's
Virgin
try.
1 F787-9.
I've never had that issue before, Heathrow, but then again I've never flown this route.
For the Boston, please.
I'm surprised that
Hold on
it's...
first, speedbird 414, 09 right, surface wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, clear for takeoff.
Surprised that it's not giving us just a straight route. I guess that's something unique, but not very interesting and not very useful for us. We need to go straight to Bulgaria. Okay, I'll try and figure it out. Not liking it so far though. I guess we just continue flying and then we'll just wait and see when the point of return is. But again, that's going to be very, very difficult because I can't see it on the map. You see, it comes back. It looks like 10... Yeah, impossible to see because there's like 3 pink lines there. Unless we go offline and just go direct to Varna, but that's not going to work out, is it? Right, we have that Lincoln Juliet departure, runway 09. Let's get the stand number. I have to use that external camera because X-Plane doesn't put airport details like the stand numbers there for you. They put them on the ground here, but not always. So 209 left. Now, usually we'd have them in front of the pilots, so that the pilots can look out the windows. They see a sign. You see over there? Okay, so there is a sign, but it's not in the space I would expect it to be. The sign for these spaces should probably be here on the actual ramp themselves. So instead they're placed like right over there against a wall, right next to a road. That doesn't seem very realistic, and if that is the actual design in real life, I think the person needs sacking, because that is awful design. Okay, let's go over to tower. Let's try and get clearance. Let's do it nice and slow because we're not in a rush. 72% on packs. Now would be a good time.
Virgin 808 Papa vacating Alpha. Virgin 808 Papa taxi right, Bravo, Foxtrot, hold Foxtrot 1. Bravo, Foxtrot 1, Virgin 808 Papa.
I'll be down there somewhere, won't it? So it is dual rate. We're on way out to landing and taking off, I think.
Advisory 122.8, goodbye.
Advisory 122.8 for Stuart 4. Have a good
We haven't got, we're going to have tower for departure, I think, as well. London Heathrow, good day, Ryanair 681, stand 209 left, information whiskey, Boeing 738, QNH 1030, requesting IFR departure clearance. IFR clearance to Varna, Bulgaria.
Ryanair 681, cleared to Lima Bravo Whiskey November, Detling 1 Juliet departure, squawk 0214.
Clear to Varna via Detling 1 Juliet departure, squawking 0214, Ryanair 681.
Ryanair 681, correct.
Hey, brilliant.
Virgin 808 Papa taxi via Foxtrot, left Bravo, hotel, stand 313, good day.
1
Foxtrot Bravo, stand 313 for Virgin 808 Papa.
4 on there.
Foxtrot Bravo, hotel, 313.
Now we gave him a lot of information there. I didn't want him to guess where we were on stands.
Monitor advisory 122.8, goodbye.
Our flight plan thing is bizarre. So our flight plan route has got airways. Let's try. I said we're going to try and put airways in. Maybe that would help the issue, but surely.
And off stabilization, the tower is now closing, unfortunately, melting, and nothing further. Please monitor advisory 122.8, good day.
Tower's closing. You did give us our clearance there, which is cool.
Thanks, bye.
TCAS test.
You heard him as well. He's boiling, so it is very, very warm in the UK at the moment. It's actually, I think, some of the hottest days of the year so far. I say that, I mean, every year is going to have the hottest days of the year, aren't they? We're going to get this window closed because, believe it or not, the aircraft's air conditioning is going to be more effective. So we're going over to 1228. Tower's now closed. Good day to him, and thank you for the clearance. Let's go ahead and, I guess, push back because we're ready. Let's try default push back again, but again, it just doesn't work at all. And you press nose right and it put nose left, etc.
London Heathrow route 738. Request pushback to the left.
Bravo,
let's get going.
738. Stand by. Pushback tractor.
Everybody's on board. We should be saying goodbye to our electric bus in a second. Doors are all secured. Flight controls are coming to arms. The anti-collision light is coming on. We'll set our cruising altitude on the pressurization. 35,000 feet. Again, when we get in there, we'll be able to see better where we're going to be flying and when we're going to do that return. Once we get to the point where it says turn around, we know we're at the point where we can change the flight plan. We should be fine until the meantime. Let's get our fuel pumps on now. We should have fuel in the centre as well.
Give us a ring if you need anything.
So we actually need fuel pumps on the centre today. Cross valve thing works. We've got GPU on at the moment, but we need to go over to APU because we're about to start the aircraft. We're not going to use window or pitot heats. It's very hot outside. Believe it or not, you know, systems can't overheat in this kind of weather. Flight director's coming on. Thank you for your patience, everybody. And of course, now we've got clearance, we can do performance. So I was kind of waiting for that earlier, so we'll do that now. And also, if we wait for people to load up. Zero fuel weight. We checked it. It's a little bit over what we expected. The planned fuel was We said 12. We've got exactly 12 in. Sorry, trip fuel is 8, so we put 8.1. I guess that's for the plan for the trip, and then reserves. Well, we can see the reserves there, can't we? About 4. Cost index. It's actually important to put the cost index, and it does matter. I wouldn't have put a random number. Today it's 74, probably because we were a long cross-country flight, and you know, companies pay more for those flights because they make more money on them. Okay, so cruise, winds, and top of the climb temperatures. Oh, hold on there a second, ground crew. Hold on a second. So we're going 350, 198. 012 for the winds. Then top of climb temperatures, so it's never usually accurate that actually, so it's saying minus 52. It's a very hot day. I don't think it'd be that cold at 35,000. Transition, we're leaving it at 6,000 feet. I think it's 5,000 feet at Heathrow, but we'll leave it at 6,000. Maybe that is the actual amount. And one limit, so we're going to go for a maximum today. Full blast, full speed, and we're going to keep... I don't know, because it's a hot day. I'm thinking the performance is going to be affected. So maybe we could go for a climb 1. I'm just thinking 165 packs is a lot of people. 5 degrees of flaps.
Release parking brake.
Alright, that ground crew's starting to get on my teeth a little bit. There we go, so 151 for the V2 speeds. That is the initialization performed. 151, so I'm going to set that up there, 151. Now, I said you can add 10 knots onto that, so we could add 161 there as a safe climb out speed. VNAV can be armed. It's up to you if you arm it. I don't like arming it on auto throttle before we get to the runway because, believe it or not, I've had a few incidences where I've accidentally pushed toga. Now, if you've not got auto throttle armed, you don't have to worry, but if you push toga with the auto throttle armed, the plane's going to go in full takeoff mode, so you don't want that. RTO on the brakes. Let's get this backup AI into gear. Takes a long time, that backup AI, but it does work and it does allow you to select approaching it. Oh, I tell you what, one more time, ground crew, and I will file a complaint. Okay, over here, so everything's good. We've got low pressure there in the hydraulics, which is normal, I think, till we get the AP on. Where are we looking here? So, stall tests. That's a pass. That's a pass on the co-pilot.
Release parking brake.
Good, so they're all good. Right, parking brakes released. We're pushing back. My quick view camera seems to have, I don't know why, but deleted itself. So I used to have a linear spot as Shift F1, which I think is default, but for some reason X-Plane has removed all of these cameras from me. No idea why. Oh look, United Airlines.
Release parking brake.
We have. For some reason we're switching over to 121705. We should be on. Again, just mysterious things happening, which I don't know how. We forgot to switch the APU on, didn't we? Damn it.
Disconnect. Pushback completed.
It's not
Set
completed.
parking brake.
It's not completed. Just wait a second, ground crew, please. Oh no, he's giving up. Come on, APU. That's embarrassing. I went down there because the frequency's changed from 1228. We didn't change it, so that's been another thing that's been happening. Might be the level up that's doing it, but I suspect it's X-Plane. Let's turn the radios up as well so we can hear what's being said.
Heathrow traffic, Lufthansa 7 Hotel lining up 07 right via November 8.
For some reason we got reverse thrusters out. I mean, that's more problems happening on X-Plane. Good. So the aircraft's not quite off. We're on backup power at this battery power at the moment. IRS should be pretty good because it's on DC power. We did just charge the battery up with ground power. We can, well, it's disconnected. Gonna say we could get it disconnected. Charts, we want the airport, don't we? Okay, there's APU power. Come on, switch on. That took a long time on the APU, didn't it? Right, APU power is coming on. APU bleed air is coming on. So now we haven't pushed back where we need to, but I'm going to start the engines anyway. Sparking brakes coming on. We'll go for a left one first. Some of the screens have gone off, so that's because we're on DC power. Now hopefully when we've got the APU on, it charges it up and it brings the screens back to life. Thankfully it's on the co-pilot side. We can still monitor the engines. Yes, the co-pilot side come back online. Right, we'll go for a left engine first, and number 1 engine starts. It's already coming to life. And then we're about 15%.
Okay, the cabin is secured. Have a good flight.
Fuel. Door is in fact closed to the cockpit. Engine's coming alive really nicely. While we're here, we could do a flap test. We can't do it to the flaps, to the engine starters.
Heathrow traffic, 7 Hotel airborne out of 09, right?
There's our aerodrome charts. So we will be taxiing, I think, Link 13 via taxiway Alpha. Sorry, taxiway, no link delay. We'll be going taxiway Bravo all the way down. All the way down, just follow taxiway Bravo all the way round to Link 53, I think, and then runway 09 right. Okay, right engine now. And of course that one will start probably a bit quicker than the other one because yeah, we've got power going through now. Notice how I've deployed the flaps as well. Just going to do the flap check before we taxi.
Flight slow.
GPWS test system. We can do that while we taxi.
Wind shear. Wind shear. Wind shear.
Or before
Terrain.
it at least.
Terrain. Pull up. Obstacle. Obstacle. Pull up.
Oil temperature, oil pressure is good. Oil quantity is flowing. Vib is decent. And yeah, fuel flow about 0.3. And we got an idle there in the N2 about 59.5. And on the N1 about 19%. Okay, let's both engines started. I think I'm pretty happy with that. We get taxi lights on. Switch over to the engine power, which means we're no longer relying on the external rear end APU. Let me go over here and put our packs on to bring the air through the engines into the cabin. Turn the APU bleed air off so you can see that it drops. Isolation valve to automatic. APU actually provides quite a lot of airflow there, as you can see. Quite a lot. We put trim air on as well. Your damper should be on at this point. And I think we can turn the APU off. So the APU is on for a very small amount of time. And again, companies will have their own procedures. So because the way Pushback is not working with the aircraft, and because I've uninstalled it at Pushback and haven't reinstalled it again, being pretty lazy, I haven't bothered. We can actually do a U-turn here and turn around, which is perfectly fine to do because we're clear. There's no other aircraft in the area. We do a flight control check. We have the ailerons, the elevators, the throttles, the rudder, parking brakes released, the spoilers. Let's just check the engines. That's good, it's all working. Alright, Varna, Bulgaria, here we come. I'm going to set the course today to 09 as well. Of course we can get the actual runway course from the charts, but we don't have to be too specific. I'll set the heading to that as well. 090. We are going to do a turnaround very, very slowly here because we're not using pushback. We don't want to be too rogue about it. And that's as easy as it is. We'll retract the flaps here for the taxi. They deploy symmetrically, which means they're functional, and we'll be doing 5 degrees of flaps to take off. Okay, so frames have dropped to, just for those who are interested, Heathrow is quite heavy on the computer. The actual computer doesn't seem to be struggling, but frame rates have dropped down to 32. Brakes are working, we do a brake test. And now it's a warm sunny day. The guy next to us is taxiing with Ryanair on Alpha. He may have vacated the runway actually, which is why he's taxiing. We're going to have to give a call out, I think. I can see another plane. We just follow people, and if we need to give a call out, I guess we will. Just for a courtesy measure. And bear in mind, it is very, very warm today, folks. So once we're in the air, it's going to be a very quiet flight. A nice, relaxing, quiet flight. I think Ryanair's giving way to us. We are going pretty fast, about 12 knots without any power.
The traffic Virgin 11 Heavy taxiing Bravo November 1009 right. London.
Yeah, I tried to give I want to give my call out now. I'm really keen to do it. I think this is us somewhere here. This red plane. So Bravo, taxiway Bravo to link to 09 right. Okay. Usually if it's a wet day, I think it's 15 knots when you, but I say lower than that, probably more like 10 knots on a wet day. Slippery surfaces, hot days, it's still a speed limit. I don't feel comfortable going faster than 20 when I taxi, but I know many people do. I mean, we're doing it now, for example, but I'm not comfortable with it. A plane should never really be going that fast on the ground because A, they take a long time to stop and slow down, and B, you never know if somebody might actually be on the taxiway or not, because it does happen. There's plenty of ground crew around. Somebody might come out onto the taxiway by accident. I've got loads of things over there like fuel storage or something. I mean, the design of this airport is very questionable. If that's fuel storage, then they want to be sacked. That's so dangerous. To have it all stored literally right next to planes and the terminals. I think that the planners for this airport probably need to rethink their careers, because that is so dangerous. So dangerous. The explosives. Yeah, Jet A1 fuel. Look at that, they've got literal fuel next to planes in giant container tankers. And then the terminal. If they blow up, it would destroy the entire airport. That's how big they are.
Virgin 11 Heavy departing 09 right.
Like the blast radius would be from those things which are just right in the centre of the airport. It would probably stretch out here, and it would literally kill thousands of people. There's Delta, and then we got Charlie, then Bravo. Looking pretty good so far. Not keeping it too straight on the taxiway though. My turnout lights on because it's a sunny day. I really want to make sure we're seeing. The beacon was in fact already on. We'll set the wing lights on when we get to the runway, although today again it's very, very bright, so we probably don't even need them. Visibility is good for the aircraft. And is this Charlie? That's saying Alpha on there. And on the charts it's saying Bravo. Okay, interesting. So we just don't want to taxi past the terminal, because if there's an aircraft pulling out, there's an aircraft like that in front of us pushing back, then we would have crashed into it. There's still planes on this side, but these are long haul planes, and it's unlikely there'll be people on this side to begin with anyway, unless they're in a 777. That could be a 777 onliner, to be fair, Air New Zealand. But yeah, X-Plane 12, just not accurate taxiways. It says B there, but it did say A back there as well. We're the only ones for departure at the moment. Everyone else is getting set up. And the speed reset itself as well. I don't know if anybody else caught that. Ghosts in the X-Plane has ghosts in it and AI parasites that control things and change things without your permission. What I actually think is happening is I think people at X-Plane's headquarters are actually manipulating people's games individually. It sounds very, very paranoid, but I actually think that's what's happening. So they're going into people's individual computers from a distance, connecting to them through X-Plane 12's software and manipulating the software on the fly, so that things like that change, and then it leaves the consumer thinking, oh well, it must be just be a bug or something, or a glitch, but the reality is it's all deliberate. Very, very peculiar. Altitude is altitude, not set it. Let's put that up to 35,000. High up. Maybe we can get higher than that on a future flight. Oh, there she is, boys and girls. Runway 09 right, and I am absolutely boiling. It's 33 degrees.
223 November is taxiing to runway 09 right.
We're going to hold short here at 09 right. You can see the whole short lines. These sort of black and yellow dashed lines are the way you would hold short. Parking brake is coming down. We're set 5 degrees of flaps. We're going to do a sort of left to right. Turn out lights, taxi lights, continuous ignitions, strobes, wing lights coming on. A 10 button just lets them know we're ready for departure. Two-tone probes, window heat's finally coming on. Ready for that climb out into cold, extremely cold weather. Now we get the auto throttle on. Now we can double check everything. RTO on the brakes. Free control correct on controls. We can check this down here on the flight controls as well. So you've got ailerons left, ailerons right. Elevators, spoilers, and we'll do a brakes on Tesla throttles.
Just down to 2 Alpha Mike, pushing back from stand 225 facing west on Bravo.
Okay, so I think we're ready to go. Let's get our call out in. We are Ryanair 681. Heathrow traffic, Ryanair 681, 09 right, departing Delta 1 Juliet departure. Can't remember if it's Delta 1 Juliet or not. Oh well, here we go. Now we could bring up the departure charts as well. Delta 1 Juliet is correct, so this is our departure, everybody. So you get left hand turn there to the NDB of Epsom. And then we carry on to the left-wing DME of 1173, so we could tune that in, I guess. Oh, it's already tuned in to some extent. 117.3. And we should be able to see that down here as well. I'm surprised we're not picking it up yet, to be fair. 17.3, yeah. That's it. Very, very simple. We do not have altitude restrictions because there's no ATC. Parking brakes released. Let's make haste here and get into the skies on our way to Bulgaria. Varna as well, right in the sea of the Black Sea, really hot. I mean, obviously Bulgaria is hot all year round, but in particular that region just seems to be scorching. Beautiful place, beautiful people, very strange culture. A little bit different to what we would expect here in the UK, I guess. And we're taxiing right into the rear end of the runway. We'll wait till we're on the runway rather than the threshold. Runway 09 established. Heading course set, altitude set, 40% on the N1. Keep taxiing down and then we'll press the GA button. I have it pre-assigned actually. The Honeycomb Bravo comes with a button for GA. You know, the toga mode. There we go. Airspeed is coming alive. 60 knots. 80 knots. Cross jet.
80 knots. B1, rotate.
B1, rotate.
Positive right. Gear up.
Yeah, coming up. No wind, but it was, it felt like we had a wind there going up in the air. Flaps up to 1, please. Nice and early today. We've got high temperatures, sufficient lift.
1000.
There we go, we're climbing well, so just keep that nodule flaps in a little bit longer. Let's go ahead and bring them up to 1. For some reason the plane sounds like it's decelerating. We shouldn't be decelerating at this point. It's making a very strange noise actually. I wonder if that's normal. Yeah, neutralised a little bit early, we have got flaps up.
223 November is on a short.
Initial back to flight. Very, very loud today. Did we close the windows? We did. So it's just a loud plane on a strange reason. Maybe it's because it's hot, it makes more noise. Autopilot come on, I think. Are we going to be going up to flight level 350 though? That's the question.
The traffic, Lufthansa 2 Alpha Mike, turn into runway 09 right via Bravo Alpha, then holding short on November 8.
Okay, flight level change, autopilot coming on. Should now be climbing up to 350. And we can turn the landing lights, transition altitude, sorry, and the pressure.
Eastern traffic speedment 223 November, lining up 09 right behind departing company, Heathrow.
Extremely loud on those engines, extremely loud. Okay, that's us, we're on our sweet way. Hopefully we don't come back down there, but we'll figure it out when we get to it. I'm going to plan for an ILS, because I've got a feeling we're not going to have ATC. ILS Zulu. I took one of the pink lines away at least. There we are, we're on our way. Okay, there's just some of the pressure setting, course settings here, so we've set it on our course for example. The green line is actually working today, and there's the Datling DME, so we're tracking that at the moment. You can see it's pointing towards it on the arrow, which is the Datling departure of course. And we are using Europe scenery today, SimHeaven Europe scenery, so we could see the whole of London. Custom scenery down there, really bringing it to life, in London City Airport of course. Looks really, really populated with buildings actually, it's fantastic. Although I can assure you the green, the UK doesn't quite look that brown and grey and dull. Maybe London, but not the rest of it.
November is departing on 09 right, Altive 1 Juliet departure Heathrow.
We have someone else on the 1 Juliet departure. There we are, everybody's departing, that's not too bad. We did a good turnout there, hand flown. I think we did well there until we engaged the autopilot. Usually I fly it a lot further, but well, it was a warm day and the pilots were a little bit sweaty. There we are. Long haul flight. I've really been looking forward to this one for a while. So pressurization is probably the concern now. We're getting over 10,000 feet. We have said it, so it's indeed pressurizing. Seatbelt signs are coming off. Everybody can freely move about the cabin. I definitely don't remember the engines being that loud before. There must be, maybe we should have gone for D rate 1 on the departure. Climb out.
Stop area, this is stop on a maximum series, passing on either or westbound.
Brilliant, he's airborne. Oh. He's doing it. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice there's a poll in the chat, hopefully. If you can see the poll, I'd appreciate if you wanted to vote. What would you like to see me do next? I have been looking at IL-2, the Battle of Stalingrad, which is a flight simulation game, albeit probably not quite to the extensive level that this is, although I suspect it will still be pretty good. We also have a few other different genres in there. We got some survival horror games and open world survival horror games, etc. So if you want to vote, let me know what you want to see next. I think I would probably play, I mean, if you could see it, I would probably play them all on the channel anyway. And of course we'll continue with X-Plane 12 flights. Yeah, there's something going on in the sound in the cockpit. I wonder if it's because we open the windows and now it thinks we're still got the windows open for some reason. Now, one of the checklists I don't use in here often is this pop-out one, but you can use this for your before it takes the checklist, for example. I always forget how to put this one back as well. But yeah, very, very cool. It has like safety inspection, which I did at the beginning, which was something I don't do very often anymore. Although I still do it mentally, I don't read it out to you guys. And I also think that's a good one for VR as well. If you have a VR headset, click to stow checklist. So this click region is not always obvious. So there we are, going to keep increasing our speeds. We'll probably climb now. We should probably climb about 300. In fact, yeah, let's go ahead and set 300 for the climb speed. I think we're good to go directly to, I mean, if we selected directly to Varna, Bulgaria, we'd miss out on our waypoints. Yeah, expecting the Tucker 4 Delta arrival. It's not appearing there though at the end. They even have to be at 35,000, so we don't even descend down to Tucker. Can we not get rid of that? That's 1,200 miles away. Maybe that's right, maybe it isn't. We'll keep an eye on X-Plane 12 map as well, because obviously we're better to see if our path is correct, and it looks correct for the most part. So there's deadening. We've now officially gone past our departure. We can tell that because the arrow's now flipped and it's now pointing to our rear end, so we don't need that frequency anymore. And then DVR, Dover DME. is the next waypoint. Ah, I forgot the landing lights. Interesting. Well, I turned them off before. Everything else is good. Pressure in the cabin is pretty good, so this is up nice and high, which is what we want. We don't want it falling down and tripping the system. Windows heats. Is it going to be minus 56? It's unlikely. It's only just -1 now at 22,000. So we probably don't even need anti-ice during this flight. I suppose there's not much to do at this point. This is the point where the pilots can relax, and maybe the only thing we'd have to do is ATC calls, but even then they would be few and far between. We'd probably be with London Control at the moment if it was online, and then we'd be handed off to you know, whoever's monitoring us. Probably be France Control or maybe Amsterdam Control for the crossover the channel there into Europe. But for the most part, we're going to let you guys sit back, relax, enjoy the flights. Also, everybody, I just realised it's actually a bank holiday in England, and that means that everybody gets a day off work. So happy holidays to you if you're watching this on catch up. Well, let's just say we had a beautiful flight, my friends.
1,000 to go.
So we may have an issue with the air conditioning. So the air conditioning has tripped out again. Oh no, it hasn't. It's set at the wrong altitude, even though we set it to 35,000. We get an autopilot reset warning as well. Cabin altitude warning. so don't have a clue what's happening with the aircraft. No fail systems. Why did we start climbing then? We sort of climbed above. We went to 35,000, leveled off, and then continued to climb. Then the alarm went off. The altitude in the cabin's fine. Well, it says it's high, but we did set it to where the packs need to be on high, or maybe not. I have no idea why it's doing that. I have no idea why it climbed then as well. What happened on the map? Nothing obvious happened there. So this plane, maybe it's the level up plane that's having like bugs and ghosts in it and doing its own thing. So maybe it's not actually X-Plane, but I think it is. Still blame X-Plane for it. I'm going to be coming into German airspace. We will have ATC. So 35,000, for some reason we climbed, can't explain the stupidness of the aircraft there. We're going the right speed, we've got 8 knots of wind. Turn the anti-ice off. Because it's saying the pressurization is too high, but we set it to 350 on the cabin, the altitude. And we've set the landing altitude as well. So that thing's tripped out. Usually that doesn't happen in a cruise. It doesn't usually trip out in a cruise. That alarm is so annoying. We are just over 12, almost 12,000 feet on pressurization. No, I really have no idea why I did that. We had good airflow through the packs when it first started alarming. Usually that would happen on descent, and we have it happening on descent, and it's just a pain. I don't really like it. I don't like that feature, whatever it is. We're not flying the aircraft incorrectly. Everything is fine. It seems to just be going a little bit AWOL. Maybe because it's a hot day, but it is minus 28. See, duct pressure is good. There's no reason for the alarm to be going off. We do need to wait for the cabin to sort of depressurize a little bit though. Let's hope there's no more issues. Maybe just again a ghost in the machine of X-Plane 12. Amongst probably one of 2 million bugs that exist in it. So we're coming over EDDF Frankfurt, and we have Germany control landing information. Fit in whole of Germany, that is insane. Not providing ATC for IFR traffic. Interesting. Because most of that traffic will be IFR. Oh well, it's covering the whole of Germany on 128950, but not IFR traffic. That means we probably don't have to contact him. Let's see what he says, and if he says there's a message or not. Cabin is actually depressurizing a little bit now. It's coming down to 11,000. I mean, it's still not in danger zone. It's just getting uncomfortable for the packs. A little bit uncomfortable, but I suppose they'll be fine up to 13,000, 14,000. We have oxygen, of course, down here. Nice functional. Same on the co-pilot side. Got the oxygen mask on. Now we take it off. I can't really hear it as much now as I used to be able to. So we do need oxygen. We can always put that on and leave the packs to suffer. I mean, it is Ryanair after all, isn't it? If the aircraft needs oxygen, the pilots will be the first ones getting it. The packs probably won't get any at all. getting a little bit hot in the cabin. Even though we're at 35,000, it's still pushing up to 22 degrees, which must be uncomfortable for people in the middle of, well, I guess we're getting into summer. So that wing and anti-ice coming off actually has helped, I think. I mean, it is minus 28 but not in clouds, so we, you know, I hope we don't get any ice build up. The pressurization was coming down, but now it seems to have stagnated at 11,000 feet in the cabin. I don't know if there's a way to get rid of the pressure, maybe dump pressure. It's not like a Citation X or those advanced jets where you could just press a button and clear the air from the cabin.
Comfort traffic from the 7 Hotel, ILS 07 left, 15 miles an hour. Comfort traffic to the 7 Hotel, ILS 07 left, 5 miles out, Frankfurt. Traffic to the 7 Hotel, short final 07 left.
Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa 2 Lima Charlie on a 2.5 mile final, landing runway 07 right. Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa 7 Hotel, vacated 07 left Frankfurt. Frankfurt traffic, Lufthansa 2 Lima Charlie, crossing runway 07 center at my gate.
I guess it's time to check in with you wonderful ladies and gentlemen. Well, we are cruising, still at 350, and we're just going over Austria at the moment. And now out of German airspace. For some reason, German airspace today is taking a while to get through. Usually Germany's quite quick, but today, I don't know, maybe it's because we haven't got very strong winds at all. But now the winds are picking up, so hopefully the flight will speed up a little bit. So straight over Austria we're going to be flying, probably not over Innsbruck today, and not over Czech Republic, and then we'll be flying Hungary, probably skimming the outskirts of Romania before coming into Bulgaria. And as I say, LBWN, Varna is right on the coast, right at the edge of the Black Sea. So yeah, I hope you brought your sunscreen and your hats. We are going to have a change of schedule going forward. So it would seem that the better time to stream would be in the afternoon my time, and that way more people will be able to see me live, because I have had messages about it and about how I stream at 1:30 GMT, which is not convenient, you know. And I guess that is a schedule which is a bit strange, but the reason I chose that original slot was to well, because there wasn't many people streaming at that time, to be fair, and I wanted to watch people. I figured why not do it myself. So the streams will be changing times. You can check the times on the channel. They will be at the top of the channel on the banner. So it will now be in the afternoon. And if we need to readjust it going forward, we can. And that way, if we do these later streams, it will allow me to slip a little bit more in there earlier in the day, so I could do some more recordings of playthroughs, etc. Which I want to do. Which is sort of why I'm changing that. So thank you, sit back, relax, and we've probably got quite a distance to go still about an hour and a half. Depends how the winds are. If we get a tailwind, it'll probably be reduced to about an hour's time. Just ironing out the flight plan there, so we have in fact come to that point in the flight plan where the loop is. So I noticed there was a loop up to Timur, and that would have returned us 1,200 miles back to London. So we have in fact gone about 1,200 or 1,300 miles, which is quite considerable. I think this flight plan will tell us the distance, possibly. Or maybe not. That is a long, long way though, folks. As you can see there. 5 to 2, I think we actually got out of there a little bit late. So we actually departed late today, and it was estimated 17:17, 20 past 5. That's about... well, time is about an hour and a half left, if that's the arrival time. But I think we've got about an hour and a half, an hour and 20. Anyway, we sorted the flight plans. Oops. We sorted the flight plans, so that should now go straight on past Timur and Xanax. And then to Varna in Bulgaria, and we'll keep checking it. The aircraft today it seems to be steering to the left a little bit and turning to the left, so maybe there's we have got a 25 knot crosswind, to be fair. Usually I would expect, I don't know, maybe we should trim it out a little bit on the ailerons, or maybe even the rudder controls. So we got a bit of rudder control down here, and we have got, you know, aileron trims and things. I mean, that won't do much, to be fair, that little crank there, but it could help if we used it. I don't feel safe using those trims. I don't really many pilots who use the trim in the 738, to be fair, other than pitch trim, of course. With every breath, ladies and gentlemen, dare I say it, we're actually getting closer. We are actually getting closer. We are now skimming the outskirts of Romania. Woo! And Romania again, quite close. Actually, no, not Romania. Hungary, sorry, my mistake. Hungary and then skimming Romania. I just want to keep checking in like this because this flight is quite relaxing. I don't know what it is, but there's something about flying down to the Balkans and to this sort of region in general, which always puts a smile on my face, whether it be Croatia, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and I believe we went to North Macedonia as well at one point. I know I have been doing a lot of driving down there in ETS2, but we've not flown there to North Macedonia for a while. Actually, was it Thessaloniki we went to? Somewhere down there. We should probably be doing another flight down here to seal the deal. Our alternate today was Istanbul, Turkey. Believe it or not, Istanbul, Turkey's actually got ATC online, and so has Bulgaria's Sofia Control, which covers pretty much the entirety of this region. They were expected to come online about an hour ago, so whether or not they're still coming online is to be foreseen yet. But our alternate airport is covered by ATC. It looks like there is other planes arriving into Varna Airport, but I think they may be logged off by the time we get there. There's also some pockets of strange weather popping up. Now, because the Black Sea is a very, very hot place, there'd probably be hot fronts and maybe some stormy weather down there. It seems to be the case over the Turkey region at least. Well, there's some popping up towards Varna as well. We just got to keep an eye on those little pockets because there are red zones. Now, if those red zones expand, it means we've got some severe storms, some severe thunderstorms moving in. But I'm hoping it stays clear for now. So if you're wondering how we figure out whether it's clear or not, we can use the METAR data, and that will give you... Oops, gone on to the wrong one. It'll give you the status of the airport, whether it's an instrument flight rules day or whether it's a visual flight rules day. But IFR is usually what airlines use pretty much all the time to minimise that risk. Looks like the METAR's actually not coming alive today as quickly as I was hoping, which is unfortunate. Yeah, it seems to be an issue, but we can assume it's VFR conditions. And ATC may contact us if they come online. We are approaching the Romanian airspace, Hungary airspace at the moment, but we do need to descend as well. So for today we'll be going down in you can't find the arrival charts on the Avi tablet, which is probably the main way that most of us get them. In the game at least, unless of course you have access to perhaps another site that use another tab. So this is what we do today. We go in the airport, and as you can see we've managed to get this one up, but there's something coming up on arrival, and when we clicked on approach before for ILS Zulu, it's taken a while to load the data. So maybe today ChartFox is really busy. Wait, we do need to get descending, and apparently we're going to be going down to 10,000 feet. So we do need the approach charts and things to see, so it's the errors come up. We do need to see the altitude for the approach and things, but since it's not working, we'll have to use the FMC and hope that this is correct, because sometimes it isn't. But those are very rare. Rarely incorrect, I'd say. So as you can see, it looks like 3,000 feet is the altitude for the approach. Actually, we come down at... Sorry, my mistake. 3,000 for the go round. So it looks like 4,000 feet, and then we descend down to 2,000/1900 feet. Okay, let's pre-select our altitude. Then let's get ready to our descent checklist. Altitude can come down. Well, it's saying 295 miles. So maybe we're doing it a little bit too early. Blimey, I thought we were closer than that. 295 miles still. And thank you to those who are catching up, watching this on replay, and for those who are watching live. This is a slow burn flight, but this is usually the best ones, I think, because you spend the flights getting cruising and getting ready to arrive, and then you're not really doing anything. You feel a little bit boredom setting in, but then you get to arrive and you get to do a fantastic hand flown approach and landing. You know, it really is worth it in the end when you get to that final touchdown zone, at least for me. I guess we'll weigh another 200 miles then. I'll see you there. Well, it looks like there is in fact some rough weather ahead. We're now getting those yellow and red zones appearing, but we're sort of skimming it, I think, at the moment. We've just gone past a really bad patch, which could potentially develop later on into sort of thunderstorms and some just turbulent, rough weather, to be honest, with a lot of rain. At the moment, we've got the same thing. This could also be terrain because the weather radar is, I don't know, not working properly for some reason. But I can see outside as well, we have got build-up in clouds. Now, I'm not too concerned about it. I mean, it's a 738, we can handle it, but sometimes it can change rapidly. We've also got enough fuel on board, I hope, to get there. We are sort of coming up to the point of descent, even though we've got near 155 miles still. I still kind of want to get down so we can speed up a little bit. I say that, remember guys, it's a slow burn, so this is where, you know, we wait for the end zone really, beginning and ends are the most interesting parts. Nonetheless rewarding, so I think I will descend actually. I just feel like going down. Maybe about 32,000 feet, so not much, just a tiny bit. Now usually they go higher up to get more fuel efficient, but in our case we're going to go slightly lower down. We don't have to do a rapid descent, and then once we get to the end of this 150 miles at Timur, we will continue to final. We do need to get the local weather conditions, so I'm going to do it now so don't forget. So check the charts here for the weather. And then we'd have ATC as well giving us information. We probably have ACE information as well. So according to this, we have a 1022 for the QNH. Now you see I'm changing it, and it won't change it from standard unless you click the STD button, which will change it from standard to the pre-selected QNH that you've put in, which is really, really interesting. Just a very, very, very what's the word, comfortable. A comfortable system here where we don't have to stress out too much. 26 degrees, so it's we didn't need anti-ice during this flight. We're probably not even going to need. We probably didn't even need piso heats on, to be honest, or window heats. I think it's just a precaution, to be fair. Flaps 30, so we're not going to be going with the full 40 degrees today, which is, I guess that's kind of common. We are all loaded up with 165 people though. So there's 09 left and 09 right. Okay. I think in the FMC it said there was only one runway. Let's see if we can find it. So it says 09. Okay, is this an issue? We've got an issue here. LBWN. So yeah, there's Hungary, I believe, and I think this is now Romania. But yeah, it's given us two runways, 09 left and right. For takeoff, okay, that's my mistake, looking in the wrong place. 09 for landing, 26 degrees. Landing weights, I think that is. You can check on this page as well. ILS 199, so I tuned that in earlier, nice and early, so it is in fact in the system. As you can see, speed has built up a little bit there. That also helping with the wind, because the wind's picked up quite considerably. It's kind of a crosswind at the moment. So packs on, no en route icing, which is expected. Dry runway conditions. Runway length. It says it there, 8258, about 8,000 feet. Landing distance, flaps 30, max manual brake. We don't need max manual braking today. Plus 30, packs on no en route icing is perfectly acceptable. There's the VREF speeds for the landing if we were going to go max braking. I suppose that's the numbers we're supposed to take then, isn't it? So let's check the data down here. So it's giving us 150 knots at 30 degrees of flaps. Yeah, that's about right. 150. Then 143 at 40 degrees of flaps. So yeah, that's more akin to 40 degrees of flaps. Let's put our speed in now so don't forget. So we've got 150. It'll be 155 for landing. 30 degrees. Well, we're going to take a few knots off of that because we'll probably lose some more fuel weight before then. So we'll say 148. Sorry, scratch that. We'll say 152. I think you can see there, 3 knot difference, which probably will get reduced as we get closer in. Here's some more detailed information. So Kavik at London as expected. It's not saying Kavik here for Varna in Bulgaria. It's actually saying variable 4 knots. 090 10 knots. Few at 3,000 feet, broken at 4,000. So I guess, yeah, we can already see outside we've got those lower level clouds. We're just over the mountains. Blimey, what was that? Was that lightning going on? And we've actually just passed through the cloud level. A little bit low would help. So there we are, Varna, and then alternate is Istanbul as mentioned earlier. Now that does say Kavik, so I guess maybe it's minimum VFR at Varna. We'll wait and see. Let's try one more time with the airport charts. There's definitely nothing coming up for arrival. Ah, there we go. So approach chart is now working. Maybe we have to be within a certain distance of the airport, otherwise it won't show it. So it is in fact 4,000 feet, and then we'll be descending down to 22,000 feet for the approach. On a course of 091. 091 on the course. I said that they're heading soon enough. And you can see on the chart here, so I've been looking, we probably get off at Charlie, and then there's some stands directly ahead of us. If we don't want to go to the stands, I guess we could taxi Charlie, Sierra, down Sierra, and then take November into the Terminal 1 area. I'm not too sure where Ryanair parks at Varna, if they park there at all. But we have a few terminals to choose from at least, and a few hangars as well. Let's go back. Let's see if we have any offers. So AC surveillance, waypoints, Varna aerodrome textual data. Okay, so it's actually in Bulgarian as well. That's interesting. Let's look at the minimum altitude charts here. Probably will be about 3,000 or 4,000. Balik, Balkan area. Yeah, 4,000 feet surrounding the airport. Quite a lot of waypoints there. As you see these different sort of waypoints that planes will fly into. We're coming from this direction. That's interesting. That is actually a useful chart, believe it or not, so we can see these inside altitudes as well. So yeah, 4,000 and then 1,900 feet. It even says it right there for us. Airport's about 230 feet, which we've pre-selected on the pressurization system up here. There's those clouds we were talking about. Maybe we should get the anti-ice on just ever so slightly. You see earlier the pressurization issues we had actually resumed, and it's actually quite low now. It's barely 7,000 feet in the cabin, so it's quite impressive. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Captain speaking. Please take your seats as we're now going to begin our descent into Varna, Bulgaria. We thank you for flying with Ryanair today. Hope you've enjoyed the flight, and we'll see you again soon. See what signs are coming on. We're going to prepare now for our descent now to 10,000 feet. 50 miles there to Tamura, so plenty of time to get down. Now we could do flight level change, so we go back to VNAV. We should be able to do the descent automatically. So let's see, are we at the point of descent? I think we might be. So the aircraft has in fact started to descend, and the level up is generally much better at that than the Zebo mod. Go back to legs. The top of descent must have been passed. We are going down, yeah, so we should be able to get there. Top of descent is there, but it's saying go down, which is fantastic. The anti-ice did have to come on at the end there because we're going through some clouds. And clouds are going to be the where the ice is building up. So if you look at the X-Wing 12 map here, we can see... Oh, you can see there's a few other planes in the area. We should also be able to get a better picture of the approach, but it's still not quite clear. It does look like a straight-in landing though, to be fair. You know, there's no silly circles or DME arcs, which is not the end of the world, but it's not my favourite either. The Enunciation recall is functional on my side and the co-pilot side. We're going to set the minimums now to 200 feet. So yeah, actually we're actually going to do 250 feet today. Now, there are reasons for that, but I think the reasons I'll go into on a separate video. Pressurization, I mean, you can change it if you want to. Aim for 10,000 feet in. We have in fact had a trip out. Probably to do with the fact that we're not descending quick enough, so let's do a flight level change. And that should hopefully descend quicker, which will allow more air through the engines and therefore prevent them from tripping out and keep the airflow going through the system. Tripped out again. I don't understand. I mean, the only way to counter that was flight level change, in which case we descended 3,500–4,000 feet a minute. But really, we should be able to descend a lot shallower than that without any issues. Cabin's depressurizing, which is good. We'll be down in no time, I think. Flight level change really is quite a steep descent, isn't it? Maybe we should go for vertical speed. Yeah, 5,000 feet a minute. That doesn't seem very comfortable. We'll do 2,800. I mean, we could have done 1,800 feet. We'll do 25 then. Just keep the airflow going through the system. And speed-wise, we'll bring that back. About 300 knots. ATC wise, I don't know if the gentleman or whoever it is that's coming online, I think they've actually come online, which is good. So Sophia Control's online now. Sophia Center as well. There's two controls. We have one, both on the same frequency. 131225. Gotta stop doing that. 133. 325, and I don't know if they're going to give us the approach procedures or not. I mean, we sort of know what it is already, but we'll get over and communicate with them. We don't have any ATIS information. Well, then again, we might do actually, so let me just check. No, we don't have ATIS information, which is fine. You know, we'll make do with the QNH we currently have, I guess. Which is 1022.
3 Papa Hotel 1, ready to send flight level 310, and you are cleared for the Relax 1 Alpha arrival. Expect iOS 36.
Roger, when ready to send 310, expect ILS 36 and clear for Relax 1 Alpha arrival, except shooting support.
What we got here? We're pre-programmed for ILS Zulu.
Hotel, disregard the ILS approach and to be level 310 level by Relax.
Roger, disregard ILS and level 310 at Relax section support.
Severe control, good day, Rhino 681 with you, flight level 190, descended now, flight level 100.
Runner 681, Sophie control identified, descent to flight level, stop, descent flight level 170.
Stop and descent at flight level 170 for Rhino 681. Okay, 170 it is, and you're probably now going to give us vectors possibly to the ILS, which will be nice. We'll wait and see.
681, confirm destination Lima Bravo Whiskey November.
Affirmative, Lima Bravo Whiskey November, Varna Airport, Ryanair 681.
Runner 681, report waypoint inbound.
Currently inbound to Timur, Ryanair 681.
1,000 to go.
I hope I said that right, Timur.
Climb on flight level 350.
Brilliant.
Timer 1202, Sophie control identified, proceed direct Nunta.
Direct Nunta, timer 1202.
Let's set our rotor brakes to a 2 today, so we can get off the runway in time. And we'll set the speed brakes arm now, because we're probably going to be able to slow down before we get there. So we're inbound to Smir, we're going to be going to Zenit. I hope that's how you say these waypoints, they're very, very strange. And then after that we have a top of descent, probably be down to, 4,000 feet. Yeah, so we'll be down to 4,000 feet. Guess we started the descent a little bit early, which is why we're not allowed to continue. Guess in that case then we could probably speed up a little bit.
Sophia control, Draveta 170 Foxtrot VGO, flight level 320, information channel 1. Runner 170 Foxtrot, Sophia control, set squawk 4745.
There is ATIS information just come online actually, LBWN.
Squawk 4745, 170 Foxtrot.
126.880, that's just a good timing on that.
100 degrees 6 knots. Visibility 10
Let's listen to this.
No significant clouds. Temperature degrees 2.12 degrees. QNH 1021 hectopascal. Trend. No significant changes. CBM in use. Monitor that. IMVVGS. Taxiway Delta is closed. Advise you have received information Charlie.
Information Charlie is current. Delta is closed on the taxiways. So we were planning to get off at Charlie, so yeah, we wouldn't have been able to get off at Delta. Charlie's quite ambitious actually. It might be more like banana, lol. Banana. Taxiway banana for taxi. It might actually be B though for the taxi, because C is very, very close to the midpoint of the runway now. Usually.
Runner 6801, expect ILS Zoo approach runway 09er and direct MPET.
Expect ILS Zulu for runway 09 and direct to MPET, Rhino 681. Okay, he's given us direct to a waypoint. I'm not too sure it's in our flight plan. MPET, there it is. So in that case, what we can do is we can actually go. There should be a direct 2 on here, or maybe there isn't.
Control identified, direct WOGEP.
Let's just put it in then. Direct to MPET. And ILS Zulu, which is what we were expecting. So we've actually pre-selected it, which is cool.
170 Foxtrot, descent flight
assume.
level 150, cleared the Morek 6 Delta Revo, expect hours to approach runway 09er.
Descent flight level 150, expect east for 6 Delta arrival, correction Morek 6 Delta arrival, runway 09er, 70 Foxtrot.
Subject control failure rate 158 to reduce label flight rate 350, it will not then course. Emirates 158, Sofia control identified direct RTAP. Proceed direct RTAP, Emirates 158, thanks.
I think we're on the course now for the runway, we're on the final approach. So we're just going to double check our speeds and see what we've got going on. So 139 is the 30 degrees of flaps, plus 5. Yeah, we're about that speed, so 152 will be our reference speed for 09er. We have the ILS tuned in. Now this ground map is not that good, to be fair. Usually they have a better one. Maybe the docking chart would be better. That's much clearer, much easier to understand. So you can see taxiway Charlie, that's where we're planning to come off if we, fingers crossed we can do. I said about going to the terminal, so maybe Sierra cut through here. But I think we have to go all the way round and then get onto taxiway November. So Sierra to November to, well, I'm hoping 25 or 26. They look like pretty good spaces. They're all at an angle. Some of these are at an angle, probably for the 747. So it looks like these might be out of the question actually. So 24 is sort of the only taxiway space there that's facing towards the terminal. Terminal 2 as well. We'll figure it out when we get down on the ground, folks, and see what the layout's like. There's MPED, so we're going directly to this point. And then we'll be, yeah, literally directly onto final.
What is your requested final outfit? 340 unable. Choose between 350 and 330. Skyrope 512, 350 amended, cleared to go, Tucson to Sierra departure, climb initially 6,000 feet and squawk 1,000.
Cleared inside level 350 and to Sierra, about 1,000
Skytra 512, correct. Break, Turkish 3, Papa Hotel, contact Ankara, 132.150. 132.150, Turkish 3, Papa Hotel, bye-bye.
Turkey 6649 top of the 10 miles.
6649, say again?
6649 top of descent in 10 miles.
Turkish 6649er, when ready, descent flight level 160, level by command.
When ready, descent 160, level by command for Turkish 6649.
That's the top of descent there. That would usually get us down to 4,000, but we've still got quite a distance here to MPED, 100 miles.
1601, Software Control identified, report requested level.
We can climb up to flight level 360 and if possible we would request flight acceleration.
German Air Force 1601,
acceleration is approved and climb flight level 360. Flight level 360 and the acceleration is above 200 passport 61.
Sophia, good evening, Britannia 050 Alpha, flight level 390 to Nisva.
Britannia 050 Alpha, Sofia control identified.
050 Alpha.
Runner 170 Foxtrot, descent to altitude 10,000 feet, QNH at Sofia 1025.
Descent 10,000 feet, QNH, Sofia 1025, and 170 Foxtrot.
German Air Force 1601, climb flight level 370. Climb level 370, German Air Force 1601.
Going dark as well. We've got a 5 to 4 there. That'd be blimey, everybody. Time is flown on this flight. It's 5 to 5 at GMT time, which means it's a couple of hours ahead in. Yeah, 2 hours ahead in Varna. Or 3 hours ahead. That's insane. Blimey. 2 or 3 hours. So going dark already. And we have got this stormy weather building up. I suspect we're going to have major thunderstorms in this region tonight. I can just tell by the clouds. We're right in the middle of this cloud layer at the moment. This will change. This will indeed change. An ATC and aircraft might be put on hold. Cockpit's looking beautiful though. Level Up have done a fantastic job of it. I always find detailing, I want to say detailing, I mean the fidelity, so you know, you can see the details on the plastics and metals no matter what distance you're out from them. It's a highly recommendable freeware aircraft, free to download, free to use.
Sky Travel, correction, Sky Europe 512, startup is approved, QNH at Burgas is 1022.
Approved, Sky Europe 512, and can we also have push start, correction precise?
VNav's got us going at 323. That's insane. I always get gobsmacked by those sort of things. I'm amazed, bewildered.
Skyrock 512, disregards pushback and startup is approved, facing north QNH. Again, 1025.
Let's tune that onto the nav 2 so we can follow it. See it on there, yeah. So picking up on the GME.
Break, sorry, again disregard, sir. Sky Europe 512, push and start approved, facing south and QNH is 1022.
Push and start approved, facing south and QNH 1022, Sky Europe 512.
Sky Europe 578, information Chardonnay current, clear to Chisinau via the Tucson to Sierra departure, initial climb 6000, squawk 1000. 512 correct, and confirm final requested level.
Sorry, is that for 578?
578, Sky Europe 578, confirm final requested level.
Air 578, we're going to be cruising at flight level 340.
Due to flying eastbound, you must choose between 330 and 350.
I'll take 350, 578, thank you.
Sky Europe 578, flight unamended 350. Break, runner 170 Foxtrot, descent to altitude 7,000 feet, cleared hours to approach runway 09er and report established.
Descent 7,000 feet, then clear for hours to runway 09, we will report established, runner 170 Foxtrot.
Turkey 6649er, monitor advisory, 1 to Smallite, bye-bye.
Confirm for Turkey 6649er.
Affirm, monitor advisory, 1 to Smallite.
1 to Smallite for Turkey 6649er, have a good afternoon, see you.
Anatolia 3 Sierra Yankee, monitor advisory, 1 to Smallite, bye-bye. Monitor advisory, 1 to Decimal Black Courage, Christian safety for flight, correction, goodbye. German Air Force 1601, monitor advisory, 1 to Smallite, bye-bye.
Getting close now, we're within 50 miles. I'm hoping we get a descent soon. Probably will do. Can't believe it. So it does require to descend down to 4,000 quite early. Quite early on.
Egypt Air 757, continue on advisory, 1 to Smallite.
Over to the dark side, my friends. 122.8. That's a feared frequency nowadays.
All stations, Sophie control closing. Switch to advisory, 1 to Smallite.
Oh, blimey. It's going. No, my friend, don't go. Don't leave us in the dark side. Okay, that means we can go down to 4,000 feet then. Let's go down and we'll get cleared ourselves for the ILS. We're doing vertical speed today because, you know, flight level change, folks, it's quite steep. We're going to do a standard 1,800 feet on the descent. Now, we can in fact adjust our speed, so I'm going to adjust it down to about 280 here. Get the spoilers out for this descent. Pressurization, so we should be getting to depressurize now. We're just about 5,000 feet, so we can set this down to 4,000. We could even set it down to 0 because the landing altitude is set. Well, we're set 4,000 anyway, because that's where the altitude of the aircraft will be. Now, because we're into bound to landings going dark, we're going to use the logo lights, the wing lights are already on, and we're going to use the landing lights nice and early today, because we know there's a aircraft. There's a little bit of rain here as well. So there's that. Everything I said is pretty much coming true. You know, the heavy rain, the warm fronts, the thunderous storms that are probably going to come later on are also coming. Let's go over to 1228 then. We do have information Charlie on board in case we need to give it to ground control, but I'm sure we'll be fine. Now we should be able to see the runway as well soon, perhaps we should descend a little bit, just a tiny bit quicker, 2,200 feet a minute. We're slowing down, which is good, and slow down our speed to 250 knots. And then that way we can probably start to introduce some flaps and introduce some drag, so it'll probably say drag required very shortly, my guess. You can see there from the runway, so 38 miles to MPED and then to the runway 15 miles, nautical miles that is. Pronunciation recall is decent. Let's give an announcement. I think this is automatic, but we'll do it anyway. Can't hear it. Yeah, weather's really getting picked up at the moment. And we got no TVs. Life vest under your seat. Fasten seatbelt while seated. Yes, instructions that probably 0 people actually obey. I'm joking, guys. We all follow the rules, don't we? What do we do here? So I think for lights, because it's daytime, we don't really need to switch it to landing, but I'll do it anyway. Take off and landing, medium in there because it's daytime. Going into night. Minimums have been set to 50, so we're actually crossing the transition altitude already, which is interesting. We've got 1022. Well, I think it said 1021 on the 8 information, so we'll just change it a little bit. Now you can see we're still wanting at 300, but it should decrease that speed. With VNav on, it should decrease it to 235. Needs to be decreasing it quicker than that though, because we should be below 250. Looks like it's not going to do it. It's unfortunate. Come on, aircraft, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's got full throttles and he should be idling it. I don't think auto throttle's working anymore. Ah, there it is. Weather is on there as well. It's coded as 1022 on X-Plane 12. APU still in good condition. Given this the speed on that, it seems to be going a little bit wrong. We did set 235 and it seems to sped up again. Again, the plane doing these like strange things where it changes things without really consulting with the pilot. Funny though. Funny situation. Now the FMC does say 235, so I'm hoping when we press VNav back on it will in fact go 235 knots. Let's set it ourselves manually, maybe set 220 over 4,000 feet. Then it should adjust everything as required. You know, vertical speed's gone off. There it is. We have Emped and then very short arrival. This is pretty much the approach now from Emped. As you can see on the charts, this is
1,000 to go.
the approach to the ILS Zulu for runway 09er. The level off here, we are speeding, but we're being a bit naughty because there's no ATC there to command us or instructors, and you have to be good at following instructions. And you see this blue line, ladies and gentlemen, this is the go round. So and it's also the whole pattern at the same time. So we need to go around, we'll follow the blue line and follow it back to 4,000 feet for MPED, and then we'll continue to final. So it's pretty easy. It reminds me of Hong Kong a lot, this approach. It has a similar system. Speed is slowing down. We might be able to bring it with VNAV now. 240 on the VNAV, so it's still not following the FMC which we've set. We did put 220 in there. Maybe if we drop a notch of flaps perhaps. We'll wait till we're a little bit close for the flaps. I can see the runway. Excellent. This has been a long but enjoyable flight. So let's bring it in. A nice smooth touchdown. Let's butcher that landing, everybody. Let's get it on the centre line. Let's get it on the touchdown zone if we can do. Just confirm that this is in fact the airport we need. Yes. So Sierra Charlie, Sierra November is what we're aiming for. And with possibility of Bravo for the taxiway off the runway. Hey, landing lights are on. Let's get our turnout lights on. We're a bit too far for the continuous ignition at the moment. Let's drop a notch of flaps in the meantime. Bring that speed down. Flaps are deploying quite slow today. Window and anti-ice is off, but the pitot zone is 20 degrees, ladies and gentlemen. 20 degrees as we go into the night here. Yeah, those storms are building up, so I don't even think we need pitot heats. We'll get them off at our earliest opportunity on the runway and see how we go from there. Varna traffic right now 681 is on a 15 nautical mile long final for the ILS Zulu runway 09er. That's indeed what we're on. I think we're the only folks coming in here, but there could be people turning up here later on, who knows. Slight crosswind 18 knots, that's not what we had on the charts at all. But then again, it didn't say VFR or CAVIC conditions. It didn't say CAVIC, which is, you know, minimum. I think this is probably getting to minimum VFR now, with these sort of clouds building up and things. So the plane pitches up as we slow down. That means we need to introduce more flaps. So we'll go flaps 2. And then flaps 5. So you don't usually move them in single stages, although, I mean, you can do that. Usually common to do 2 stages at once. So you can see now we got a bit more of a nose down attitude, because the flaps have provided enough lift. Reference speed is set. We're going to double check it for a third time, and it's 30 knots, 30 degrees at 148. So yeah, 152 target speed. Go around altitude 4,000 feet. Now we should be able to press the localizer button and the approach button, because we're close enough. We are a little bit over the approach altitude, I think. So let's go for a vertical speed mode. We paused that up because we pressed approach mode. We can't do it. Let's take control ourselves. We're a bit closer than the fork. Gear down. Still 5 miles out. You know, we still got a good 7-8 miles there to go before we get there, but we do need to get down pretty quickly. Let's go flaps to 10. Continuous ignition coming on. So yeah, we're getting butchered by this crosswind. Really strong today. We might even have wind shear on final, which would be unfortunate. Speed, we'll bring that down as well to 152. I don't mind hand flying it as long as the auto throttle's set. Yeah, we're really struggling. 738, it's not usually this bad on final.
25.
We need to get a little bit more established here. Let's drop another notch. You know what, this ain't gonna work, so let's take it round a bit. 16, 17 knots is not good on the wind. We need it to sort of fade away. I see the flaps are actually helping. We'll go 25 on the flaps. In fact, we'll go full flaps on 30 degrees. And it's kind of getting a little bit better. I say that, I think we just missed the approach where we meant to press approach button. It's not the best approach, is it? Auto throttle seems to be speeding up when we need to be reducing our power at this point. Just a little bit at least. My goodness, this is difficult. I feel like I'm wrestling a bear a little bit. Aircraft feels very, very heavy today. Now, the Honeycomb Alpha is not force feedback, but it certainly feels like it. Now, usually we'd be in a go-round at this point, but maybe we should actually do a go-round to get a better approach there, because that's pretty bad. Literally trying to turn left and it won't do it. So that's, you can see there, the response in the aircraft is very slow. Yeah, that's not the best. Come on, do I make a go around? I'm really on the fence. I don't know whether to go around or not.
Approaching minimums.
Good God, that's awful. Looks like we are, folks. We're going to go around. So
As feet stabilised, we missed approach altitude set.
well, it's too late now, sunshine. We're going round. There's a gear, positive rate. Gear coming up. We're going to do a right-hand turn. We're going to get a bit better established on final. Flaps are coming up to 10. We did press toga, so that's disconnected the autopilot and turned off the flight directors there for us. We're going to keep 10 knots over flaps, 10 degrees of flaps here for the go round. We're going to try and counter that wind which is throwing us off. We'll go back up to 2,000 feet because that's the altitude for the approach.
1,000 to go.
2,000 feet the approach. That approach thing has come back on. What we need to do is turn this off. And then when we turn it back on, it should reset it so that we don't have the approach button pressed. Perfectly normal procedures. We have gone over 2,000 feet, but I'm sure we'll survive. So 180 knots there for the go round is pretty normal. 25 degree bank. Remember, this is like flying any other plane. You have to handle it the same. I say the same, but you have to be able to do the turns the same. So 25 degrees of bank is quite steep. You know, if we're in a Cessna, we'd be doing the same thing, and that it just looks, I know, it just doesn't look right when you're in an airline. It looks like it's wrong because of the size of it. Let's get the gear back neutral, ready to be deployed again. We'll keep the landing lights on. We're going to keep going down. 2,000 will be the level off point. That extra altitude actually might be of benefit. So the pink line is actually illuminated. It's actually come up for us because we're doing the go around procedures. So we're cutting it a little bit short, but that's the line we're meant to follow. And then we come back round to MPED for final. I think MPED is probably the point to put the approach mode on, so we'll try it at that waypoint. It's not like doing a go around in a King Air, that's for sure. There we go. We might not have to do the whole procedure, to be fair. We could probably cut it short. If we want to do like altitude mode, we can do. So altitude hold. Autopilot on. I was trying to hand fly it, but it might not work out. And then we want heading mode as well. So co-pilot swear. This is why we have 2-man crew on this aircraft, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be dealt between 1 or 2 people. Okay, there's the runway over there. There's the airport. We've got a good distance here, so we're going to fly a little bit short on the circuit side. We're going to reduce our speed down to 170. Now go down here. We're going to go adjust this so it goes directly to the final. Perhaps we have to put the arrival in again. ILS Zulu. So there it is. It's coming up. All things the co-pilot would help me with. So yeah, MPED really is the last part. the approach part. It's fortunate, I was hoping to get like a final approach thing. That isn't changing. Why is that not changing? We don't need the holdout. We don't need that. Oh, interesting. Okay, well, we'll be flying it with the heading mode then. Let's drop one more notch of flaps and we'll slow down to 160. Gear horn, how do we... I wish there was a way to silence that. It's kind of annoying. Kind of annoying to have that gear horn, no silencer on it. Okay, there's the airport back there, so we're going to make a right turn now. I'm going to get ready to put the autopilot on. So by the time we get over to that pink line, we should have intercepted it, and we should be on the approach. It's not the best looking pink line, is it? There is no waypoint there between... I'm hoping that'll lock onto the ILS when we get on final. So there it is, the pink, they're actually pink diamonds today. Usually they might be circles or something else, but this is the altitude. So we are in fact, I'd say at the right altitude, a little bit high up according to that, but we are descending down to 1900 feet now for the approach. So hopefully that will be more towards the centre. We could probably slow down as well to 152. There it is, I think this will work out better this time. So 7 miles, we usually put the gear down within... I like to do it early, sometimes 10 miles is enough. Here we are, we're nice and slow. I'm going to do flaps and gear on the downwind leg, the base leg. Let's turn towards the runway, so we're going down 1900 feet. This should now lock onto the ILS. If we press the localizer switch. So it has in fact locked onto the localizer. It's now turning there to intercept it, which is good. We can turn our heading to 091, which is the final heading for the runway. Really good go round procedures. If we select approach now, that would probably be too close, I think. There's the runway, so we're coming in at an angle. Let's select approach mode. It should be able to follow it out now. Pink diamonds are coming alive, we're at the right altitude. We're going to go one more notch of flaps. 11 knots of crosswind now, so it's a little bit reduced. Ah, that's it, we actually turned well onto final there, so it did in fact work out in the end. And then 4 degrees of flaps. 30 degrees of flaps. And there's the glide slope. We still got to go off to the left a little bit, but it will adjust its course when needed. Amazing machines when they work. Amazing. When they work in the flight sim. Not so much in real life. I think it's probably more efficient than that in real life. Okay, brilliant. Slightly off. Come on, aircraft. Correct to the left side, please. It's kind of waiting to intercept it, which is fine. It's, we're kind of getting intercepted on the heading. It's probably the wind that's throwing us off a bit. Maybe we need a little bit more speed actually because of the wind. We'll add a couple more knots on there just to be on the safe side. Approach speed is now 155.
1,000 feet stabilised. Missed approach altitude, sir.
Roger, so missed altitude is 2,000 feet again. Approaching minimums. We will probably continue. So saying 1,100 feet, that's incorrect. 250 feet is the minimums. Autopilot's struggling on this one. I thought it would have been able to do it, but it's struggling to get aligned on the localizer. We were coming in at the right angle. But I want to be a little bit more accurate than that. Okay, good. Just everybody ignore the fact that we're slightly off to the right. It's the runway's there and we're aiming for the aim point. That's all we need to be concerned about. It's looking okay, it's looking tasty. We've got a little bit of excess speed, which is nice. That'll help us get through that crosswind. Okay, here we go. We're going to have to straighten out before we touch down. So when we cross the numbers, we're going to turn slightly to the right.
100.
There we are, going to be in an early flare.
50, 40,
Off to the right a little bit.
20, 10.
Just let that speed build burn off a little bit. And there we are, we're down. Reversers and spoilers. A long flare there. And we totally missed our turnout, which is fine. Or maybe we didn't. Aircraft is fully loaded pretty much, so I guess we got a lot of space here to start. Blimey, the short runway this is.
80 knots.
Full foot brakes as well on that one. Reverse is stowed and we'll taxi off the runway. We'll let the auto brakes do the rest. They were really ineffective. My goodness, I thought we weren't going to make that. Yeah, so Varna, Bulgaria, welcome everybody. It's been a long flight today. We had to do manual braking then at the end, which was probably not the best. Then again, we had a late touchdown because the flare was a bit too long. But I'm glad we can reflect on it at the end there and I can understand what I've done. What I've done right and what I've done wrong. Not necessarily wrong, but maybe an auto brakes on 3 would have been a bit better. Maybe an earlier touchdown. Okay, there we are. So it's nice and dark now. Sun is setting 7:30 in the evening in Varna, Bulgaria. Welcome. We're going to get parked up, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain in your seats until we do so. We thank you for flying once again with Ryanair. Okay. Transponder is set. Flaps have been retracted. The taxi lights are on. We totally missed our taxiway, so we probably have to go down November now to Terminal, which is a pretty small airport. Did not expect it. You gotta love this sort of flight though. Those slow burns with those fantastic finales. We ended up getting an Alpha, so we take November here, which is kind of where we originally planned. Turning a bit too fast as well. Let's try and slow it down. Okay, then there's those diagonal spaces. I mean, they do look pretty tempting, to be fair. There they are, Ryanair. Okay, we must be pulling up to the right terminal. That aircraft in front seems to be ready to depart, possibly. He's got his lights on. We've got a few aircraft here which are on the ground. We're cruising. And of course there was a warning on 80s, I don't know if everybody remembered. Something about the wing clipping at Heathrow. Same thing here. Because of the tight angles there, we clip wings is a high possibility. There is in fact a space right there, so let's try and flip it around a little bit so we can park with our friends. Round we go. That's why we need to get off on that other taxiway so we could plan it out a little bit better. Okay, so there's a space. I think we've just gone past it. We might as well go round again. Manoeuvring the 7.3 feels a bit too easy on the sim, I have to say. It feels like, I mean, maybe it's like that in real life. Maybe it's super sensitive to foot pedals, but the way we're moving, the way it's, you know, it's almost like driving a car in a way with your feet. That'll have to do on the parking. It's not the best. It's not the worst either, as usual. Okay, parking brake on. We should have APU online. Good. Position bent to automatic. We'll leave the logos and the navs on. And just shut down. We'll wait till that cool down before the beacon comes off. Fuel flows. We'll pretend there's a crew coming on after, and we have to leave it in a semi-ready state. Maybe bleed air. We'll leave the packs on because it's, you know, it's a hot day. It's a hot day, folks. Hey, beacon lights coming off. Seatbelt signs and smoking signs coming off. That's everything on that side. We could also clean up the aircraft here a little bit if we need to, so we could set... Well, 2000 is already set on the altitude, but we could set 100 on the speed. We could also go down here and set 7000 on the transponder. And we could put it off. Okay, well, it's probably going to be an all-4 approach because I think it classes the first approach as the all approach, not the final one. We had to do a go-round, which is something I've not done in a while. Yeah, so approach rating was poor, probably the first one and the second one, but landing was great. Okay, I'll take it, and I think we actually did pretty well holding it off at the end there because, like, usually when I flare, I don't like to hold it off unless we've got a reason to. Today, it just felt good to do it. Okay, electric, so let's turn the flight controls off. Ignore the warning, everyone. It's very dark as well. I have got the lights on, but not making any difference. Maybe we should get the dome light on. Kind of a little bit better. Okay, there we are. Ryanair's really bad parking. No stair at the front though. Blimey, I feel like we spend our time trying to fix these issues. There we are. Air stairs extending Ryanair. Some wonky parking. Well, we did kind of park on the 737 line, albeit not straight on it. So guys, moment of truth. If you've stuck with me this long, thank you. If you've watched the replay to this point, well, I really appreciate you being here. It's been a good day. So we're going to go back. Here we are coming into landing in Varna. This is the go around. Then we came back round and we have air stairs extended. I don't know why. There she is, she's coming in. Looking very majestic, I have to say. Well, you saw it, ladies and gentlemen, it was a long flare. And it's actually a decent smooth touchdown. That was a really good landing, believe it or not. It was a little bit late on the touchdown, but it was down the centre line. And it was, you know, we stopped in time, we slowed down in time, we kept it centred. And that's all you can ask for, really. I didn't see the feet per minute, but I think it was probably a couple of, in the tens at least, maybe 120 possibly. Either way, thank you for joining me for a special stream in celebration of Bulgaria's achievement in the Eurovision contest, and just in general for being a beautiful place. It's been a nice long haul today from Heathrow, one of the more popular airports, to Varna. So I will see you on the next video, and these streams will change in times from this point onwards. You better find it on the channel. So everybody take care, all the best.